All right. We got a lot of shit to do today. We're gonna try and do all of the Pedro main mission shit today. We got like a good 4 hours, I reckon. And we've pretty much done everything else. So we've just got this left to do. And then we're gonna try and find the upgrades. Um which could be a bit of fruitless driving around in the scout, but you know, so be it. And then that's the second big check mark to Alaska, because then really all there's left is to do the tasks in the contests and the trailers. But we got to make sure we do all the main mission first. So, we need the game. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon. Need the time on for a whole 2 hours. Woo! 2 hours since last incident. Jesus. I'm still a little bit sad about that. Just so dumb. But then again, everything in this game that's an incident generally is just so dumb, right? Alright, so that's good, that's good, that's going, that's showing. Let's go. So, now that we've figured out that we screwed this up, right? We've got it the right way. We probably should refuel, huh? We've just got to drop it off there. We're just going to take it this way. Seems like the best way to go. Just going to try and be a little bit not too fast about it. So we're going to attach. Not reverse into the truck. Can make things a little bit easy for ourselves and reverse up here. Probably don't need to do a full refueling, but I really doubt we're going to need it. Like, we're not close, but like, we're probably halfway through Alaska now, you'd think. Somewhere close to it. And we're definitely not going to need all the fuel that's around this place, so. We just go. There really isn't a better path here, right? So we're just following the road and then fairly confident we just know the way to go now. The only real point we're ever going to get thrown off is this point. But it should be fairly obvious what to do. When the sun's coming up, very nice. Just in time. I think before we head off to Pedro Bay, we should have a quick look through and make sure that we take enough trucks with the right configurations on them so we don't have to do too much like unnecessary driving backwards and forwards. There's no garage there, and there's no garage nearby. And it takes a bit just to get into that place, so. I think we should be smart about it. Smart. Try and be as smart as possible, because there's no way we're going to be smart about it, but, you know. You know what I mean. was a little bit of an overshoot. And I'm gonna be happy when I don't have to go through this particular piece of road anymore. Tell you what, this had like roadcraft mechanics. This would be the first piece of road that I would just re-asphalt. Outrageous. Although it's doing alright at it, huh? Doing okay. Holding its own. Was. Thank God the signs are already down. I think the only real... I mean, there's a couple of weird corners near the end of this route, but it's mostly just getting around that bog pit, right? That's why we didn't refuel, because we knew we were coming past the petrol station. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. It's fine. Stop in anyway, just in case. I have a feeling this thing is like heavy as fuck. Heavy AF, you know? Really wonder whether like this game is maybe more paranoid about like general road tippiness than not. Like when we're driving along and I just see this trailer bouncing backwards and forwards, I don't know whether that's just like that's just what these trailer do and you don't need to worry about it, or whether I generally should be concerned about it because it just feels like I should be, but maybe that's just part of the driviness of it, you know? Hard to tell. One of those things that probably only comes with like lots of experience in this game. Not take any chances here. See, that could have been way worse if we had have just been a bit dumber about it. Okay, so I think the best strategy here is to not try and go up the side initially, because there are bits of this pool that are quite angled at the start. But once we feel like we're... like, basically hold this line until we're back up on the side, and then we should be good. So it will mean going in the mud a little bit initially, but... once we pass this bit, it should be okay. I don't really remember breaking the suspension on this thing either, but... it's there. Broke, thigh broke. It is a little bit sideways already, right? I don't know. Maybe just get back into the middle a bit more now that we're at the end. Make sure we don't tip this thing into the mud. That would not be good. I feel like this truck has a bit of grunt, huh? That's okay. Yeah, I wonder how difficult the contests are going to be on this map, because like none of the Michigan ones are too hard to get gold. Like, it's pretty big time sink if you screw them up, because there's no like easy way to restart. They're not particularly difficult. I wonder if they're going to be hard in this. I do like this truck, but I'm starting to notice that it does have a very slight turning radius issues. It doesn't quite turn as much as I would like it to sometimes. Just like not the end of the world, you just got to be aware of it. Alright, this need to be handled with a bit of tact. Not a lot, just a bit. Yeah, we're all good. That is what we call a lucky escape. Or a I knew what I was doing all along, shush. Yeesh. I think this is it. I think we're here. Easy peasy. Right? So easy. Actually, it wasn't that hard, but like also it was very dicey there for half a second. And the fact that we completely got it wrong and went the wrong place first. But, you know. We're going to ignore that. Good to know I can depend on you. Well, wouldn't get too ahead of ourselves here. With the drills delivered, the guys at the site tell me we could get the job done ahead of schedule. It's much appreciated, buddy. Oh, good, man. Oh, good. We're really sitting up on a pile of money now, too, a little bit. It's good. Pretty close to buying a new truck, I think. Let's turn you off. I think we're done here. So if we needed to go long logs and medium logs, one each too, man. That's so annoying. Now let's just make sure. We don't know where this is, but I'm assuming this is a big, large P16 trailer that we need to take to the factory, right? That's the last one. And then pipeline repair. Okay. So we need 2 metal beams. Consumables, concrete blocks. Just a bunch of shit. Okay. So if we're going to do this one. And that's really deep too. Okay. We can't get them anywhere on this map. I'm assuming the best place to get them from would be Mountain River. Right, because if we get them from either Northport, we got to get them from here, up here, which is not good. Here, and here. All the way up here, and through. So it kind of seems like Mountain River's is the obvious way to do this. And honestly, if it's just one long logs and one medium logs, we could probably get a medium log trailer, fill it with medium log, put long logs on the P16, and just winch it there, I reckon. Assuming that river at the beginning of the Pedro Bay doesn't break. And then we're going to have to go back. And get it refitted out. There. For this anyway, right? But that's fine. If it's that's like the last thing we have to do, then that's the last thing we have to do. Right, let's go to Pedro Bay. Let's check we can get everything we need from here, other than the logs. Some bricks need to come in. Arc. And slabs. Large pipes. Ah, this is the warehouse in Mountain River. Okay. Oh, that's less of a concern then. And none of this is... Wow. Okay. So we'll leave the big one and this one for last, I guess. We need to bring in 2 consumables. And 2 metal beams. So that'll be 1 trip. To bring in 2 times metal beams and 2... So that'll require a... flatbed and 4 slot. That's fine. That's pretty much all that is in here. Okay. The concrete blocks from there. So we can just turn around with the flatbed and go get that. That's fine. Okay. So we're gonna do this one, which we've already done. Okay. So we need to find the P16. Should be at White Valley. We need to drive it to Mountain River. Yeah. I mean, you probably could get the trailer on the way, so we've just got it ready. Instead of us having to go... I mean, I suppose we could drive the trailer from here. It's not that bad. What we really need to check is... Alright, we need to buy the trailer and leave it on the road ready. Yeah. I'm assuming this is going to work. We're going to find out. Then we can kind of just get rid of this medium log extension for a while, because we probably won't need it until we move to the next map, right? We do need to recustomize this. If it was 2 medium logs, we could just do it as like an actual delivery, but I feel like this thing can pull along a 1 medium long trailer, right? Assuming the winch works from the back. Usually does. We're gonna find out. I'm assuming this thing's not gonna go through the ice, right? But we're gonna find out the hard way. I feel like doing the main missions is like, it's good, but I feel like the tasks are really the most fun part of this game. It's all the random, like, finding vehicles to fix and pulling them out of the mud and destroying random crap that's probably the most fun part of this game. I mean, I like this part too. I mean, everyone, I think, agrees the contests are the worst. They're also not that bad, because they make them somewhat, like, you can't screw up too much, but like, if you just drive nice and consistently, it's pretty easy to get the gold. I'd say that having done it on one map, but, you know. I think we have to go... No, I was right. It's up this way. Yeah. Right the first time. Actually, now that I'm thinking of this, we're going to need a truck there that can pick up the trailer to put the medium logs on it. So we might have to drive it there with the Western White Star. Because I don't think there's any trucks left. It's only the Hummer. Which is just left it in on the beach. Okay, so there's no point us driving. Us winching that trailer there now. We might as well take it there with the Western White Star. The white Western Star. Got to get out of the habit of saying that. White Western Star. Actually, you know what? We'll grab this trailer now just to make sure we can actually winch behind with it. So you don't want to get all the way there and then realize we can't actually do that. Can. Excellent. Okay, cool. Good to know. In fact, what we might do is do this first. We can put it at a nice, convenient place. Okay, it really isn't too far from here. Maybe we can get up these hills, right? Wow. Be fun getting that truck out too. Yeah, it's going to take some real grunt. Yikes. I think this is like where the bridge is, right? Just around this corner. Yeah, cool. A little drink. Try not to wipe out going down this very steep icy hill. Put it in high. Alright. Let's roll. Let's slide. Let's slide. That meant every action. Meant to use that little fender as a little catch. It's all part of the plan. All right. This isn't it. Isn't this where we get medium? Oh my god, have I done this again? I haven't done this again. Okay. I could have sworn you got logs from here somewhere. God. Okay. So we could have got the medium logs from there. We probably should have got the medium logs from there. We can probably still get the long logs from here. Guess that's the plan, and then we just don't. We literally just drive them around the long way. At least there's fuel stations on the way, I suppose. Alright, I guess we're turning around and going back. Yikes. At least this is the only real time waste here, right? The P16, we can just immediately sell that trailer, recover, just do the long logs. So I'm guessing the long logs from here, right, are going to be a real pain. Not a real pain, but like a fair bit to get them out. It's going to be way, like, longer than doing it this way. The way that, yeah. Or doing it from White Valley. This is a very long trip, though. Not looking forward to reversing that empty long log trailer, though. It does honestly sound like a pain. I really should. I feel like I should know better by now than making mistakes like this, but I really should like check where you get. I could have sworn you got logs from that place. So we just need to go right after the bridge and then follow the road. Literally just leave the medium logs like here on the road. I mean, this is all pretty decent-ish road, right? It's probably mostly just getting up this hill with a heavy load that's going to be the problem, but pretty decent trees around. Poles. Could be okay. Let's just double check we, oh no, yeah, we don't. I was going to say, in case we need to repair that pipe first, but I don't think we go through there. We will quickly double check, but I don't think so. I think it's because that's where we, in Mountain River, that's where we delivered the logs. I think that's where my brain got confused. Pretty sure this is just wooden planks, right? Trailer, medium box. Is this weird triangular entrance to these places always just are the worst? Like, I get it, that's the challenge, right? But like, Jesus. You don't have to make them the worst place ever, always. Okay, we're gonna leave it down there on the flat a little bit, so it doesn't like roll away or anything dumb like that. Park you over here. Now we've just got to turn this thing around. The worst turning circle known to man. Try and make this as easy as possible for ourselves so we don't do an 800 million point turn. Crisis averted. I don't think getting the long logs out of here will be that much of an issue. I mean, this sawmill does suck a fair bit, but... But coming back out, it's not really the hard part. I wonder if on the way out we should go up here and cross and go. Yeah, I think that's probably a better way than going around, because that way we won't need a lot of petrol at this point. We might as well grab it. Thing does use a lot of petrol. The only really time efficient thing we're doing here is that we're going to have to come back in with this thing with the high saddle on, which is a bit annoying. There's really no other truck that is going to be good enough to carry that massive ass trailer. And if we're doing long logs and a trailer with medium logs, I don't really want to use anything else either, because this truck's just too good. Long logs. Lights on. Late turn, but worked out. Yeah, by the time we get to the petrol station, we probably would have used, like, you know, 50 litres maybe. Still worth picking up though, you know? I wonder if it's worth driving in high with this truck. I don't really think it's capable of going, like, picking up the speeds to really endanger us, so it's probably not worth it. And if we keep picking up a lot of petrol along the way, it's probably not worth being that efficient with the petrol either. Like, let's let hubris get the better of us, you know? As it always does. $40 close. Still worth it. Because we'll be going past 2 petrol stations in Mountain River as we skirt around the top of the map. We'll just pop in at the second one. Probably high through here. Things really sinking down deep into this mud, huh? We are going the right way, right? Yeah. Okay. No, I knew it. I knew it. I knew we were going the right way. Just... There was something on the map. Something else I wanted to see. All confidence here. Alright. Not confident to make sure we're not going to slide straight to this trailer though down this hill. So let's not be a madman about this. Go. We've straightened up. Let's switch to this view. Make sure we're nice and close. But not too close. That's probably close enough. Now let's just hope to God we can get up this hill. And I figure if we can get that oil rig up the hill and Mountain River, I feel like we should be able to do this. I'm going to need to blow my nose soon. I can feel it. I can feel it. Yeah, this is it. Maybe, let's high gear this bad boy. Let's low gear this bad boy. We can't use a winch because it's attached to the trailer. Okay. Oh, that's fucking shit house, isn't it? I really am surprised it can't get up this hill. It's the only time we've actually come unstuck with not having chain ties. It's really just that first initial bit that's the problem. A little bit ingenuity. little bit of can-do attitude. Fuck yeah. Little bit of don't get caught on these rocks. Stuck on what? Please. Oh, they've gone AWOL. Okay. Something pretty close. Yeah, it's probably close enough. Cool. All right. So I guess the last thing is getting up this one last hill, because I think this is quite steep as well. But I can't imagine it being... Jesus. I can't imagine it being worse than the one we just got up, so... Yeah, I think our biggest fault in what we did last time was we approached it in high gear, stalled, and lost our momentum, whereas we probably should have just tried to do it with some momentum in low gear. Okay, so we are just following the main road around all the way to Pedro Bay. All the way Pedro Bay. I do really love these ghost trucks too, by the way. Okay. Is that close enough? Probably could be closer. Ah, that's good. Now, some truck is going to have to be there to hand this in, but we can do the one that requires us to bring the steel beams and consumables in. And then the truck that does that can just hand this in. we're not going to bother getting fuel here. We'll go to the one on the more towards the exit. Like, we're obviously not going to run out of fuel between here and there. We want to fill up as late as possible. So as good and obviously a genius idea this is, yeah, that trailer can be a bit wild, huh? Running out of control. Yikes. Now, coming up to the scariest part of this map. This massive, like, right angle turn that just is gonna... If you slam on the brakes, you'll just get sent off the edge. Success. Get around this massive hole. Yeah. Petrol. I'm gonna blow my nose that we're getting petrol too. It's getting out of control. Okay. And we're back on the road. Still there? Good. You're still there. Alright, 2 maps done. 2 maps crossed. Now let's hope we don't fall into the river. Let's hope that ice doesn't actually break. It's like, otherwise this is gonna not go so well. Ah, yes, I remember this bit. Close enough. Kind of just want to stay in the middle here as much as we can. All right, moment of truth, I guess. Oh, there's the Navy parked up there. After it was fucking terrible, we just left it there. Alright, so we're gonna like... So this is gonna be extremely slippery, so we're just gonna high gear across on this, I think. Please don't break. Okay, no brakes, that's good. Maybe this doesn't break. Good catch. I think we're just straight, right? We're just following the road. Are we going down? Here, okay. We're going left. And here, here, and straight. All right. We're just gonna make sure this log trailer's not gonna clip. Truck. This was a bit wide, you know? Just a tad wide. Fine. It's all good. Okay. I love how, like, when we just got stuck doing this, kind of trying to go through snow like this, and you just sat for ages driving, and this truck just like, I'll just pull my log through it. What of it? It's not even, like, got all the upgrades yet either, which is crazy. The only way we really kind of come undone is if the trailer that's winched behind us like goes AWOL off this bridge. Hopefully it doesn't do that. No? Good. Right? Yeah, okay. God, this is some real mud, huh? Not a problem. The high gear in this truck is very odd. Like sometimes like, you're just driving along fine as in auto and you put it in high, it's like, nah. Nah, not doing it. I am not cooperating. Really does seem like the kind of place they'd put an upgrade, but it would be too close to this task, so surely not. You do need to keep an eye out for more upgrades, though. Almost there. Actually, no, we should be able to disconnect this long log trailer. Should be able to connect that trailer to the back of this without the log trailer on it and then put it in. I'm guessing. I'm pretty sure this thing can just pull regular trailers. We have a little skirt around for upgrades. Can't see any. Though they can be quite tricky. Very tricky. So, we will leave that trailer there. That shit like there. It's not the best place to put it, but it'll do. See if we can attach this. Stick. Yeah, that was a gamble. I don't know if we could do that, but turns out we can. Level 27. Woo! It's about time. Thanks for being quick. We were about to think of a plan B or C. Accept. just concrete blocks. Alright, well. I think there's a trailer store here somewhere, right? There. Okay. I think we should take both of these back. As best we can. We're gonna have to turn this around. Okay. Just forcefully drag this around. I can get the front now. Okay. Turning these trailers around are like a real pain in the ass. I think we've got it. Attach. Just destroyed this area, but we've managed to turn both of these trailers around. Now that we don't have such large cargo on, it'll be easier, and we can have a better look around for upgrades. Because it's going to be much less prone to tipping if we accidentally run into something or do something dumb. Well, I doubt there's an upgrade here because the observation tower's right there, so I doubt we would have missed that. I doubt we would have missed it. And we are going here and then straight and then down here. Remember being this is a bit of a pain though, so although with this truck I don't think it'll be a concern. Still pulling it? Good, he's still there. I feel like that's not going to be that hard to get out, right? That should be a nice cruisy mission. When we get there. No upgrades, no upgrades. Trying to just look over the, like, edge here. Because that's kind of place they'd probably hide them to. I can't really see anything. Really am going to be shocked when I find these upgrades, because they've done a good job at hiding. I mean, not that I'm super, like, on the lookout for them, but... Unless I just literally haven't been to where they are. They have been quite sneaky. Although we haven't gone down to get that one that's near the very first oil rig yet. So there is at least that one that we know of. I've just literally had a brainwave. I forgot that we never actually went back and got that one. This can probably be a little bit closer to trailer. Going down here to sell these trailers, and then we're going to do the big metal beams. I think it's consumables, right? Mission. Should be a bit of fun. I'm assuming we can get both of those from White Mountain River. I don't know about consumables. I think so, though. Doing well on petrol too. We've done a fair bit of driving. Home sweet home. Ooh, look at that. DOS metal beams. Only this had a low saddle on it. Consumables, concrete blocks from there. Yep. That's that one. And pipeline repair. Okay. So we just need a low saddle in here, basically. So if we drive in here with a low saddle with like shit on it, right? We can then okay, so let's think about this. So that doesn't require anything but concrete blocks, which you can get from there, which is fine. We can just do that with a regular flatbed and 2 consumables from outside. So was anything in any of these? None of these are Pedro Bay. Oh, so that's all done. So literally all we need to bring in is 2 consumables. Let's check the tasks. So that's just a car. Let's explore the mountain. That's the surf spare parts. Family treasure. Planks from there. Oil barrels from there. Okay. So nothing needs to be brought in. Alright, we can just drive in a car with... So all we need to bring in is a truck with a low saddle on it and a flatbed. And that's it. It's done. Move this truck out of the way. So we'll need to come back with... Need to recover it to the high saddle anyway, right? But just in case we need to, like... pull someone out of some shit. Okay, so who has what? I think the best saddle... I mean, this... I'm pretty sure this has a flatbed on it, right? This has no upgrades, which is a problem. I mean, it's doing a pretty easy job, so I suppose we probably could just use it for, like, the... literally getting the consumables. No. The concrete blocks from here to there, so... give it a little test and see how good it is. If it gets bogged, it gets bogged. So we just need... We're definitely not using that. What is even, it's even parked here, the civilian. Maybe we should use this. Because we've got to get this trailer out anyway. Probably drive it. No, because we still need to bring 2 consumables in. Which apparently we can get from here. We just need to sell this trailer somewhere. Because we don't need to bring the trailer in. Because it's just going to be our pay to try and... Because we can use it, drive it here, get 2 consumables, drive it all the way in, but then we're just going to have to drive it all the way back to the trailer store. So it's better off just to have one flatbed do... Yeah. So we just need... doing this one now. So we just need to sell this as the easiest way we can, which I think is just driving out. probably this way. Because I feel like this would be just kind of the same, but probably slower. Actually, no. Let's go this way. What's our fuel looking like? Pretty good. Either way with no cargo, I think either direction's not particularly difficult. It can be a bit getting it out. I guess the question is, can we just go this way? Sell it somewhere on the way. I mean, I suppose we could just, like, drive it down here and sell it quickly and then drive out. Yeah, do that. Okay. Or we could sell it here, actually. Yeah, let's just drive out, sell it here, drive up. I feel like the most dangerous part of this route is just getting through that river without smashing into the rock wall, so fairly confident now, right? I don't think petrol will be a problem either. Come on. I mean, it could be, I guess. I could grossly underestimated how much this uses to get where it needs to get to, but I don't think so. Gone through the reeds. Easy. That's what I mean by, like, I underestimate, like, the turning circle of this thing on a regular basis, it feels like. Anything too sharp, it really just doesn't handle very well. That's probably my fault for going too fast, to be honest. Going in the wrong hole. No one wants that, right? Let's go. Nothing happened. It's all good. Not a problem. Alright, so we're trying to get to this petrol station with 40 litres. We can do it. Right, we are going the right way, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, this one's this is gonna be tight. We might be like neutral rolling into the petrol station at this point. I think we can make it though. I'm confident we're gonna make it. Aren't you? Right? Surely we can make that, right? Yeah. 23 litres. Could be tight. Assuming we don't go like spiraling off the edge around going around this corner or something. We got it. We got this. It's like around about the 10 litre mark, it starts to like splutter and conk out, but good. Oof. 200 litres, that's not a lot. Especially with such a like grunty off-road truck. There's no petrol on this map either, but like there's also not that much for us to do here, so maybe we should bring in one there. There's one there. I mean, that's not too bad. That should be more than enough fuel for us to get all the shit we did need to get done in this place. We just got to be we got to be cognizant of the fact that all the fuel is on this side. Whoa. We're all good. We're all good. So what we got to do is now get our truck with a flatbed to bring the consumables in and pretty much the rest is internal to this map. Factory. Hello, my love. Please tell me this isn't a high saddle. Surely not. After driving this truck all the way in here when there's a truck with a high saddle on it. Oof, thank God. Okay. Well, that's definitely not the fastest way through this thing. What do? We go out here. We want to end up here. There really is only one choice. We're going... following the road and left. And just going straight. Straight. And good thing this trailer with 2 metal beams is here, huh? Very convenient. Come on. Being a bit silly now. Let's go. Yeah, this is a fair bit of driving for a truck with not a very big fuel tank. We're going to try and avoid this mud pit in the corner here too, as best we can. I don't think I've actually been through this since we undid it, so I don't know. I actually don't know if we can go through. I assume we can, right? It's a rocky pass, but I've never actually driven through here. Or if I have, I don't remember it. What? Weird. So weird. Alright, we're just following this road now, I think. Do we can I follow it anymore? There was one spot here where we... Oh, it's here. I really doubt there's, like, gonna be an upgrade here. That seems very unlikely. We are still keeping our eyes peeled. Wow. This is like good old-fashioned stuck, huh? I mean, not like stuck, but like... without a winch stuck. Doesn't happen that often anymore. Doesn't happen that often anymore. Now, I told myself we're just following the road. I'm assuming I'm following the road correctly. We're not going to check the map. We believe in our navigation skills. Right? Yeah. Yeah. This is a dicey. Power through. What could go wrong? No upgrades, no upgrades. No. I think that's where we went through anyway. With the Scout, the Hummer. Probably wasn't the best idea. Oh no, it was here we came out. Yeah, let's watch the road. Eh? Let's actually watch where we're going. You'd think I'd learn, right? I'm not gonna. Never gonna learn. I'm always more concerned with the dopamine hit of an upgrade. Time too, we're getting pretty low on petrol. Dreams come true. Thank you. I don't have to tell you the agony of having a whole crew standing around with nothing to do because of some bonehead in logistics. Yeah, tell me about it. Alright, so we'll just leave this truck here, I guess. So now we need to come in with the consumables. Okay. That's all done. Wow, Blackbird, complete. So we need a truck with a flatbed. Should be a bunch in here, right? Might already have it. It does. Sick. Good. We can just turn this shit around and go. And we can get consumables from here on the way. Nice. I would use this one, but it's got the log trailer on it. So we're just going to have to go through here. And this one doesn't have the high gear that launches me into the stratosphere either, which is probably good for me. Actually, we probably should check that it's not concrete blocks at this place. Which if it is, we may as well actually just put some on a trailer and bring it with us, but... Just double check. Concrete blocks. Okay, so let's just do that. Warehouse is the aerodrome does consumables. Okay. I wonder if this does concrete blocks too. That's consumable. So we can literally do that on the way past. Good. Just thinking. If we put the concrete blocks on the flatbed, we can either just get the trailer from here. If there's any other trailers we can grab to save us some time in the end. Don't think so. That's a fuel sideboard. No. Nah, that's close enough to the garage that it's not. We don't need to worry about that either. Okay. Wait, we didn't actually answer the question. Of where we're getting these consumables from, right? Or we did and I just don't remember. Ah, no, it is there. Okay, yeah, I just genuinely don't remember. Okay, we're all good. I was too busy thinking about fuel and whether we're going to have enough and where we're going to get it from. I deleted the entry about where the consumables were, but we're all good. So we'll get ourselves a trailer. Okay, we'll do this first. Like that. I wonder if this will let me do this. Oh, nice. So I'm pretty sure the 680, when we try to do this, it wouldn't let you do it. It's good that we can with this 681. Tight fit, but it's letting us do it. I think it's funny how whenever you drive past these like rando trucks and you come into like the loading area of it, right? It loads the truck in and you hear the park brake like click on. Just funny. Oh, quick, he's coming. Put the park brake on. It's like it's Toy Story and they're just like playing up when you're not around, but whenever you're coming back to that part of the map, they're like, quick, quick, back in position. We're going to pretend to be a non-alive truck. Yeah, we should be pretty good for petrol, I think. Probably could even make it to the second gas station, to be honest. Actually, let's do that. This is all asphalt, so shouldn't really be a problem. I feel like I have to concentrate more than any other time on these roads when I'm driving on the asphalt. Like when you're driving on mud, you kind of need to concentrate and just make sure you're picking good lines. But like I feel like I constantly have to be on edge when I'm driving on these roads. So let's try and get some better posture going here. Crick, crick, crick. And that goes just like crink, crink, crink up the spine as I straighten out. Wasn't even going that fast that time. Like, surely people have just flown off the edge of this thing. All right, consumables. Consumables. And then petrol, and then be on our way. Make sure I actually do get the right thing. Kind of just mash some buttons then. But yeah, it's definitely consumables. Alright. We've got a lot of gear on, but let's see if we can do the high gear roll through. Ah. Nice. Ah. I think we kind of have to go this basically the same way that those metal beams went, right? Except drive straight through onto the service hub. Turn everything back on. Try to run the middle here. Don't go too fast on this ice bed because it sounds like a bad idea. Good thing we can still turn on it though. Handy. Instead of just having absolutely no turning traction at all. Try to not have our trailer end up on the side of the barrier like last time somehow. Weird. Alright. Just drive and not come off the road. That's our goal now. I just keep expecting to like look around one of these weird little inlets and just see an upgrade, but it just never happens, you know? They're hiding somewhere. I mean, that's not really the place I want to be winching from, but spot's a spot, I guess. There we go, that's what we want. Now we just follow the road. Just lost all sound for a second. Fine. And there's not a faster way. That certainly ain't it. No. Def's not. If there was a road here, maybe, but there definitely is not. Okay. Moose. Moose crossing. I feel like we did that better that time. Knew it was coming. Yeah, that is a dodgy bit of road. I don't love it. Good thing we don't have to spend a huge amount of time here, huh? Yeah, this is the bit we're going to make sure we don't go into this pond. Because we're just not looking. Yeah, that would have been a disaster if we had have gone in there. That was so close. And this is where we're up to. I wonder what this does. Probably like Google what that actually does. I can make an informed decision about it, because it doesn't really, all it really does, looks like it does, is like lowers a tire, which doesn't mean much to me, you know. We're just following this, right? Yeah, easy. No thought necessary. I remember that place. Upgrades, upgrades, upgrades. Boo. Boo, boo, boo. Yeah, that's going to be fun, huh? Alright, that should be everything we need. Now we can get this place up and running again. I'm a man of my word, so feel free to drop by whenever you need patching up. Ah, it's a service. Okay. Fair enough. And there's fuel here. Okay. Hummer's got to go there. All right. These trailers are a pain in the ass. Try and put this somewhere out of the way. Then I think we're literally up to... Not gonna work. I think we're up to moving at Big Rig. I think that's where we're at. So we're gonna have to redo the P16 and... I think this should have enough petrol to get it back to the trailer store. It's off the road. All right. And then it's just a bunch of cargo missions. Which, when I was thinking it was 8 bricks into Pedro Valley, Pedro Bay. It's like, oh god, that's going to be a pain. But it's not, it's all White Valley. Sorry, Mountain River. Yeah, White Valley, that should be fine. Mm. Except at least this should take us to Northport, right? You'd think. Maybe. Okay. Wonder which one's going to be quicker to drive. Surely it'd be quicker to drive from Northport. It's like having to drive all the way up here. That'll bring you out here, and you got to drive all the way around, as opposed to here, just driving up here, and that'll bring you out here. Yeah, I think so. So we'll do that. I wonder what's going to be hard about this one, because there's always some little trick to all of them. Might just be the general distance. Although there is petrol right where we picked the thing up, so... Maybe that's one part, it's that one part of the road that's extremely, like, slanted. It's gonna be fun, huh? And let's go up this path too, because I'm not convinced it's not the faster way to get across this bit, you know? Especially not with this truck. Really? And then apart from the like massive one that has a bunch of different deliveries to do, we're done at Pedro Bay. We finished there. Like, I reckon this is quicker, right? Surely. Going up and around that mountain is, like, very slow. I mean, it's going to take a bit just to get to this thing, let alone do the trip, but all part of it. Alright, step 1 of like 5. At least step 2 is going to be very short. We just have to drive through the bit. So where do we have to drop? Hang on, let's get on a bit of flat. We have to drop it off to the factory, which is there. Okay, so we need to go... At least we don't have to go around that big hole. We're just going to have to try and turn down this without tipping the big trailer. Be a bit of fun. I'm assuming if you try and go through this, like drive through this hole, you'll just crash and burn, right? I don't think, it doesn't really look like a hole you could just force yourself through. Well, I'm sure a lot of people have driven into it. It's actually, that's fine. Because where we picked this trailer up is from a service center. So, we probably shouldn't be that laissez-faire about damaging the truck, but it's not the end of the world. I don't feel like there will be any issues with getting this up any hills. I don't remember there being any icy road hills, but... Alright, step 2 are done. Yeah, I feel like this bit might be a bit tricky, but I think we've got the knack for what we need to do here. It's more the other bits of road that look suspiciously like that. And if long logs can carry across this ice, I'm pretty sure that this semi-trailer will be able to too. Just playing bumper cars, it's fine. With my massive ass truck. Probably should know better than to run full speed into those signs, but they don't appear to be doing it. I mean, this part might be a bit hard to get up. There's also a lot of poles around, trees, so it should be okay. I feel like we can at least get all of them done except for the very last cargo apocalypse or whatever it's called, the very, very big one. We should be at least up to that before we finish today, I think. That should be the goal. I feel like this particular map, out of the 4 of them, are like, it's just a little, I think this is just a little undercooked. Jesus. Okay. I just feel like there's not actually that much going on here. Maybe that's just me. Maybe if I had to do more stuff here, I'd end up just hating it, so who knows? I can't really see a lot of issues with this route so far. Then again, I couldn't see it last time either, and some of those corners were quite tough. Okay. So what's the best way to attack this, you reckon? Snow quite deep that we can just sort of hug the side. I reckon that's what we're going to have to do. Because the only other option is to go real low. That seems like a bad idea. This seems a little bit like that too, but not quite as bad. I think as long as you take it on a good inside line, it should be a problem. Ooh. And it's like, from what I can see, it's the last one of these we need to worry about. So until we go to the next area, of course. We should have all the upgrades for this truck by then. So it, I don't know. We'll see how we go. I wonder if we should get this truck out of the way a little bit. Yeah, let's get this out of the way. Alright, that's a bit better. It's certainly enough to get through. That's another bit we need to be careful of with, because that's quite a high side part. I already tell those rocks are going to be a real pain. Okay. So. We're refueling. We're repairing. We're shipping out. Alright, this is quite tall. Making an absolute fucking mess out of this. Hi. Okay. Bye. Yeah, that's very tall. I feel like could tip a lot easier than normal. There we go, I guess. It looks like it'd be too tall to be able to go through the like traditional bridges we have to get through. Alright, so let's make that pretty wide. Try and go around that rock. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like this is going to be like icy road madness, huh? Get decent up on the side here to avoid that. Okay, so the only real concerns left are... Jesus. Literally only just gets through. Is the massive angular road coming up. the hill near the rock slide, making sure we get up it, which I don't think should be a problem. And then the massive turn to get down to the factory on the next map. But I'm not too concerned with any of those. I think we can probably just auto most of this. All of the easy bits. I feel like this isn't as long as they normally are. I feel like the issue with this isn't the length, it's the height. Means taking these corners should be a little bit easier. Nice. Okay, we're just going to stay high on this. This is probably the scariest part, I reckon. Okay. It's down into low. Start making the turn to get up on this hill. There we go. Winch ourselves up on there. If we need to, we can catch ourselves with the winch again. I think we should be okay. Obstacle successfully evaded. Nice. Nice. So now all it is, specific objectives, not getting stuck on that hill, doing the corner, and then the general objective of just not crashing like an idiot. Which, you know, is never beyond us. Always possible. And we're looking good for fuel too, which is nice. Oh yeah, I forgot about this mud pit. Okay, this might be a little bit painful. But I have faith in this truck. Will it need the winch? I don't reckon. Nice. This thing is actually a beast. Right, now the hill. I think just maybe when we get a bit closer, approaching this with momentum in low gear might be the way. Trying to avoid as many rocks as possible too, like trying to get on the outside of that one near the back wheels. Mm-hmm. All good, Robin Hood. No real good way to avoid this rocky shenaniganry, but just gonna have to do it. Just push it out of the way. That'll also work. Alright. Probably do our best to not go over these ones. In fact, we probably just drive straight over this one. Yeah, I mean, if this ice doesn't crack with this load, like, obviously this ice can't crack. It's just scary that it's slippery. That's the obstacle that it provides, that it's slippery as all get out. And then one last angly obstacle. Which we already have a solution for. So. You need to take a nice even line here. Preferably angle towards the left and the right, because I'd rather just go to the left and slip all the way down to the right, but it doesn't look like it'll be a problem. I feel like these big rig missions are always the scariest. Actually. So it's down here we need to go. Just so we don't end up going down the wrong one. And having to figure out how we're going to turn this thing around. I think as we get closer to it, if we slow down and take it nice, we should be able to make this turn without too many issues. As long as we can get nice and wide beforehand, which it looks like we should be able to. Huh? Oh yeah, we shouldn't have a problem here. Make it. Make it. Yeah. That's the shit. That could have gone very badly just then, but we made it wide enough, so it's fine. Just squeezes under. Very nice. I mean, pretty rough if, like, you couldn't get through that and you had to go all the way around. I mean, this might be a bit of a tight turn, too. It's a pretty real chance we'll end up knocking this guy's fence over, but... or stop sign. I don't know. Oh, we did knock his fence over, but not the fence we thought we were going to knock over. Down, down, down. I wish our guys from logistics were at least half as good as you. Thanks for the hard work. No worries, man. No worries. So Morrison Mining, done. Blackbird, done. Just GR Enterprise. So one to the factory, one to the warehouse. Yep. And I'm assuming oversized cargo. That's the 4, I think. Yeah, it's 4. So that's just 2 trips. I don't really know how else you'd do that, right? Unless we pull another truck. And then concrete slab and a cement. Pedro Bay. We could probably do that in one. Three large pipes. Holy. It's just going to be 3 trips. Alright, there's going to be a lot of driving backwards and forwards. Oh, we may as well get our semi-trailer. So these oversized cargo, we might as well just do by a semi-trailer, right? And oversized cargo. Comes from there. Okay. So, I reckon we can winch our way and just drive them both to like here, and then one can drive down, the other can drive down. So the question is, we need a second car for our semi-trailer. And the white Western Star is our guy. Customize. Oh, saddle. Entertain. We gotta go get it from the port. Okay. We gotta go with a trailer. Get our oversized cargo and just park it out on the road, ready to be winched behind. It'd be kind of convenient if there was a trailer store up where we got that rig from just now. There isn't. I'm gonna have to drive that other semi, although we might need it to do some more deliveries because it looks like there's some deliveries coming up, but it depends on whether it's in the map or not for Pedro Bay. Oh no, because we're about to use it to do this, so never mind that, I guess. Ooh. So we can turn this, because we know that flatbed, sorry, a semi trailer can in fact fit here and still be able to get in. Still get the cargo in. Just enough space. Alright, we need oversized cargo on the trailer. Move. Here. We are gonna park you here. under a bay. Yeah, because there's another truck here with a flatbed that we can use to carry shit around if we need it. That's the civilian we used. Yeah, that'll do. That will also work. Get around that stump. Yeah, that'll work. Pretty low on petrol. I'd have to go get some. Okay. We were only going to sell this trailer, but I don't even think that's enough petrol to get to the trailer store, to be honest. And we can give it a bit of fix too. The suspension's not the best. Silly. So silly. I don't know how I feel about this trailer, this gooseneck. It's very low to the ground. It hasn't been an issue for this particular mission, because like most of this is pretty flat, but I feel like that being low to the ground could have some serious problems. There definitely isn't a... I suppose this probably could be faster, but... I definitely know that this is not quick. Do you reckon we could take it? Let's do this. Yeah. This is probably a real dumb idea, but... we like dumb ideas. This could seriously end up with a trailer in the water, but okay, we need to go in there. There. That. I think these water crossings are usually look a lot scarier than they are. I think as long as you just don't go too fast, which is usually my problem, should be all right. Hoping this truck's turning radius doesn't come back to bite us. Well, there's not generally a lot of turns on these water crossings, so... Oh, this is not even, like, that bad. Like, yeah, I didn't realize this actually wasn't bad at all. Okay. No upgrades? No, no, no. I feel like there's an eyelash on my cheek and it keeps like tickling me and I want to get rid of it. And you try and get rid of it, but it never works. Alright, well that was surprisingly successful. I reckon we could take this trailer back while we're at it. Pulling it from behind. Ah, no, there's no winch points on the back of this. Of course there's not. Of course there's not. Come on. We've still got a decent chunk of time to get most of this done here. I'm still confident we can get up to like the last main mission. Almost home with the trailer. We can recover. Very interesting, all the maps take you to White Valley and not Northport. Must be just coded that way. Because obviously can't be based on anything like distance, because they're not the same instance of each other. Retain. Get our trailer and we'll be on our way. I can't really see any major issues with the route we need to take here, so hopefully we shouldn't have too many problems. Other than us going like way too fast on these roads, but whatever. Whatever. Yeah, so there's definitely still an upgrade down here, right? We never went and got it. So we gotta remember that. Okay. Quick turn around. Come back out. Hitch ourselves to this one. Well, hitch that one to this one. Hitch the whites, the western star to the civilian. Probably could do it like this way too, right? Oversized cargo. Might be an easy way to do this is to drive up behind it. Like so. Attach. Let's go. Let's convoy. And we can just individually stop at the petrol station we go past about halfway to, because I don't know, the Western Star will probably be alright, but I reckon this one will be getting lowish on petrol by then. Although it's a pretty short trip in general, I think, yeah, this one will be pretty low on petrol. Probably shouldn't have picked the one in front with the terrible turn radius, but it's also the more powerful one, so... Swings and roundabouts, I guess. This is going quite swimmingly, quite quickly, without incident. It's nice. Saving a bit of time. Who'd have thunk? Really need it into my nose. Oh god, don't crash, don't crash. Yikers. So by the time we get to that petrol station, I reckon we'll be like less than a third petrol left in this truck, so... Feels fine. Yeah, okay. Just a bit of damage. Be all good. Ticked over 5 hours too. It's a good sign. Good little achievement. 5 hours without incident. Pretty nice. Now I don't think the left shortcut instead of going up and around is the way to go here. I think just... yeah, going the nice asphalt way is probably the way. I mean, fuel-wise especially. Because it's going to bring us out on a weird angle that's going to be hard to get petrol, and we're definitely going to need it. And it kind of seems like these two are maneuvering pretty well, that going up through this little rock pass shouldn't actually be that much of a problem. Oh, that was like Tesla auto drive then. Just really wanted to go on that left path. Come on. The worst camera angle ever. Yeah, do it. There we go. It's probably the only bit to really worry about. Although getting up to the next tunnel is probably a little bit of a windy turn too, but I think we should be okay. Come on, boy. Too much of a problem as long as we take this wide enough. That looked like it was going to go pear-shaped for a second there. It's alright. Alright, so we need to fuel up here. We'll disconnect. Refuel. Should be all good. Yeah. Too far away, apparently. I mean, this doesn't even really need refueling, but we'll do it anyway. And we're convoying. Yeah, this is probably the only last somewhat difficult bit here, just because this bit coming up is quite windy. I think we should be okay. Especially going uphill, I think it should be fine. This is going downhill, it might be a bit of a different story. Power our way through it. Definitely be going wider here though. Oh, especially because we're here. Didn't even really need to get it like successfully through, which is fine. Turn on. Get a little bit closer. We need to detach from each other. In fact, we'll do it here so we don't have to take them both around this mud pit. I feel like that sounds like a terrible idea. Do you reckon that doesn't have all the drive on? Oh, we took off without it. I was like, wow, see? What a difference that makes. Because we drove off without it. I mean, that still does make a bit of difference, right? Don't do it. Don't be that guy. Alright, so... detach here. Do it individually for the last bit. Plenty of fuel spare. The most dangerous nothing in this whole game is those goddamn caution signs. Terrible. Sometimes it happens and sometimes it doesn't, you know? Oh, and we can immediately sell these trailers too. That's good. It's nice and handy. Alright, where? Just in case we need it. Me. Jesus. Alright, I guess we're just chucking it in there. No, we can't leave it like that. That's so bad. I mean, I'd like to blame this truck's turning radius for why this is so bad. It's really just my fucking terrible driving. That's acceptable. This one. To the warehouse. Okay. Bit of a tight turnaround down there, but figure it out. Please tell me I didn't just... Yeah, I was pretty sure he didn't just drive past it, but I gotta check. I genuinely feel like there's just like an eyelash on my cheek, just constantly like, I don't know what it is. I feel like this is a bit, it's very dangerous because we just go into like autopilot mode, try and drive down this road, and then next minute you're jackknifing it off this road with a massive trailer. At least there's some petrol here, I suppose. Stage complete. Well, that is a lot of shit to send to Pedro Bay. Okay, well, let's turn that off. So no concrete slab, no cement. So that's at least 4 we need to take in. Okay. Which should be a pretty easy, because so you can come over through here, drop this off, turn down, and go down here. Right. And then the last one. Ah, look at that. And this is the next one. And it's all White Valley. Okay, so we can do this in one. This is 6. So we can do a flatbed and a 4-slot trailer. Question is, I guess, can you get all this shit from here? Concrete slab. I mean, that's not the best place to be getting that. And then metal beams, yes. Okay. Just means that either way, we're going to have to drive a truck here with a flatbed. So we either need to drive a 680 from White Valley, 681 from Pedro Bay, just any other one. So what's going to be quicker? Probably this, I think. Really doesn't take that long to like drive up here. Okay. And we can test that we can get all 6 slots as well. Oh, this does have a low saddle on it. There you go. Okay. Customize. We don't need the 4-slot yet, just we need to just check that it can do it. Yes, okay. There's no other just normal 4-slot trailer other than the ramped one, which is insane, but... Okay. Alright, off we go. Actually, the other question is there a better place to get this shit? We get cement from there, but not. Because I don't really want to drive a 4-slot trailer out of here. Don't see a better solution, to be honest. What does this warehouse do? If it does both of these, that would be great. Cement and concrete slab. Okay, well, that's much better. That is a much better option. I wonder if this has a crane on it. I really doubt it, but actually I definitely remember it doesn't. But we do need to get it out of the way. So be out of the way. I mean, not a good start, right? Yeah, we're probably not going to get any of the stuff from here, but yeesh. Oh, you take your eyes off the road for 1 second. I feel like this is much faster than driving from Northport, to be honest. Way quicker. Probably more dangerous. You're just speeding along these icy roads, but example A, but quicker. Oh my god. Okay. We're being a bit silly now. Just drive in high gear, because on this high gearbox, high's still pretty fast. It doesn't appear that any of that engine damages actually affected the truck yet, which is good. Oh my god, what is wrong with me? I think I'm just in like, I'm in a hurry, you know? Just being impatient, which is not a good recipe in this game. There's got to be a service center, right? Yeah, there's one near the petrol station. Thank God, we're going to need it. Uh-huh. Okay, well... we might as well come down here, grab the metal beams and the trailer. Come up around. Turning that thing around is going to be a massive pain, but... handbrake's on, man. Come on. Get your head in the game. Let's go across here. Let's get a feel for the mud again. Bye. This truck is gonna kill me. You know? Wild. Metal beams. Four slot trailer. The only good thing about this is, like, it's going to be hard to turn around, but it's going to have a great turning circle. Like, it's going to be easy to maneuver about. Now, should we go up here? I reckon we should. Why not? Probably safer than going on the asphalt with this truck. Big mud pit. Okay. Probably still is quicker. Probably less dangerous too. Very nice. I feel like turning this around before we put shit on it is probably the smart idea here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go up here. Going to turn around, and then we don't have to reverse it at all. And we're going to put some fuel in. So we're going to just get around that hole. I think that's pretty doable. With this trailer. Okay. So we need 2 cement. Oh no. That's concrete blocks. Oh no. That is disappointing, to say the least. All right, what are we going to do here? I mean, this is here with, I mean, we're just going to have to drive the metal beams in, right? That's annoying. Okay. That park slightly redeemed myself here. Until I forgot that the truck actually needs to be in there. Now, there's absolutely nothing else we need to take in this place, right? So that's just that one. This is the massive over and over and over again. And okay, and that's just a shitload of that stuff. Okay. And hopefully this shouldn't be too much of a problem. We should at least finish this and be on to the last part of Order Master Supreme, which will be We should be able to finish the rest of the main missions tomorrow. And be on to upgrade hunting. Because none of the other tasks either require any delivery, so don't even need that truck with the flatbed and the 2-slot trailer in there either, because it's not really going to do anything. I mean, it'll be there to get all the shit that's out that's bogged and stuff, but it's not necessary. We don't need the trailer or the flatbed. Actually, you know what we could do? Could be convoying this truck, though. I don't think this is the right one, but it's fine. Should be pretty easy to change. At least there's a truck here, because I did notice that there were concrete slabs delivered to somewhere. So, I mean, that truck's ready to do it. Oh, are you kidding me? So we can get metal beams from here. Maybe I did notice that. Dock loading. Where are you? I wouldn't. Okay, that is weird. The metal may need to go there. Okay. So it really isn't worth convoying these at all, because they almost immediately need to detach from each other. Yeah, well, it was worth the thought. Hopefully this has enough petrol to drop this off and get back to the trailer store in time. It's gonna be pretty we might actually just steal all the petrol from this fucking Royal though, because it's definitely not going to be needing it. And then that should be plenty of petrol. Right. Right. Left. Yeah. Frustrating that it didn't work out about the concrete slabs, but yeah, oh, I will never learn. All part of the disappointing ride, right? Oh no, what? Okay. Awesome. Just completely missed a turn off somehow. Good thing there's not a lot on the back of this, so that would not have been possible. I was just manifesting that the fact that we had to take this to the trailer store after, and I just skipped a couple of steps, right? Whoops. Yeah, I don't know what was going on. I must have been just completely distracted by something I was thinking about when we went past this road, because, like, it's a pretty obvious turn-off sign, right? Come on. Don't be that guy. Yeah, I must have just been really distracted. There's no reason for me to miss that. Trailer's just been here like the whole time, minding its own business. Bit of muck too. Should be no problem. Problem's more just getting back with the trailer, but what if this really would be quicker? Surely not. No way. Oh, gotta go down here. This truck's terrible turning circle. And my terrible driving. Bad combo. You know, I think we're going to some kind of warehouse. We might just leave this truck here in case we need it to get something out in any of the missions coming up. Because I do remember seeing some Pedro Bay stuff coming up. We might just leave it here for now. Now, let's do the original delivery. Right, so what is here? Just check. Oh, it's just... Maybe once you do this task, you get access to it, I guess? Right. Very strange. I don't know why there's a thingy here if it's just all drop-offs. Concrete blocks. Okay. Not that that's useful to us, but good to know, I guess. Now the original delivery. It shouldn't be too bad. We're gonna have to take the trailer the whole way, but I also forgot we should probably at the top of this hill go off and repair this truck that we've been thrashing the shit out of. Probably enough. Probably get some more petrol in there too. Don't. Good boy. Good. Woof. There's got to be some upgrade up here too, right? Like, why else would this be here? What a weird road. I'll have to check that out later too. Will get repaired. Fall in a hole. And then we'll be on our way. Oof. I think these are packed in, huh? Oh, so this driving it'd be all over the place. I feel like those little tiny chains aren't enough to keep concrete slabs on this wild truck ride, but you know, what would I know? Let's go. Alright, we've got like 9 minutes to do this. I think we can get pretty close if not doing it. Turn everything back on. So we really do think, yeah, doing this one first and crossing here, going down would be the best way. Which realistically is actually pretty quick. Shouldn't take us too long. Might even get it done in 9 minutes. Never know. Well. I'm always afraid to use high on this truck because it's just like chaos personified, you know? Ridiculousness. Actual ridiculousness. Kind of going all over the place here, but I feel like my brain fuel is running out a little bit. And that's what I'm going to blame it on. Fucking caution signs, man. Unbelievable. I never learn either. I'm just like, well, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I think the turn-off is this one, right? Now for the fun part. I think we've taken a pretty decent sized trailer through here before. Which should fit. Probably not so much whether it will fit, whether it will go or tip us over is probably more important, but... It'd be kind of cool if this game, if there was like an actual crane you could use at each place. You know, it'd be nice now that we've dropped this off if I could rearrange this cargo with a crane that is like here. Because although it says crane, I'm guessing we can't actually use any kind of crane equipment, right? We don't miss this turn off. It's down there. And I think it's really not that far left. Once we get over the water, it's like a quick drive. And this water really isn't scary. At least, probably shouldn't say stuff like that, but we crossed it before pretty easily. It's not like an actual water crossing. Okay, we've got 3 minutes, so we should have plenty of time. Might even be able to start planning the next stage. Right. It's right. Yeah, this boggy mess, huh? Okay. Let's just preemptively do this. I don't think this will get stuck. I have faith it'll keep moving, but it might take us a little bit. do it. You can do it. And once we're out, into auto. The rest looks like it might be tar seal. Asphalt. Good. Nice and breezy. Hey, drop off. Stage complete. Concrete slab. Well, I'm assuming we can get them from somewhere actually in White Valley, right? Alright, let's have a quick look. Concrete slab, but can get that from here where we already have a truck. Okay, that's good. Cargo containers. Has to come from the port, I assume. Come on. And one each again. So it's going to be a big long trip with the two trucks. With a cargo container each. All the way to White Valley. Oil rig service site and the aerodrome. Oh, that's pretty easy too. So we can kind of just drive along this main road. One of them ditches here and goes in there, and the other one drives onto the aerodrome. And yeah, that's going to be, if we double convoy, that'll be 2 convoys, 1 large pipe each. And then 1 large pipe and 4 concrete blocks on the other. That will be 1 convoy and 1 on its own, which is a bit shitty, but. And that'll be done. We'll be done with the main missions and on to finding upgrades and then on to tasks. There aren't that many tasks, to be honest. Should get through them pretty quickly as well. That'll be it for today. Thanks for watching, everyone. I appreciate it as always. I'll be back tomorrow doing the same shit. We'll be finishing the main missions and then moving on to upgrades. But thank you for everyone sticking around. We'll be back tomorrow. Bye. Bye, 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 bye.